couple weeks. So congratulations to him, as that's the first trainer other than Chris and Jeremiah Engelhardt. You got to go back to like 2002 that another trainer has won the trainer title. Yeah, it's 5 in a row right now for Engelhardt, and then Jeremiah was before that, and it was like something like 16 out of the last 18 years. Chris Engelhardt has won that trainer title. So we will have a new trainer title holder, and that'll be Paul Barrow for the 2023 season. All right, let's look at today's closing day card. Yes, we are going to have a sloppy racetrack. A little bit warmer than yesterday. I think that can matter. Man, what a miserable day was yesterday. We scratched the 2. Here, 1 and only. Scratched the 7. Pine Valley out of the allowance opener. I lean towards Cool Kathmandu. We haven't seen much from Charlie Baker this year. He's been running most of his horses in New York. But this one certainly fits the bill. You got to like the fact that he broke his maiden as a 2-year-old in the slop. Wasn't the favorite that day. That's another factor when you look at past results in on and off track. And it was a sloppy track. He was 7-1, and he won pretty easily. I say that because when they're big favored, sometimes it's not because they love an off track. They're so much better than the field. But it comes to Finger Lakes for the first time, coming out of those one other than tough allowance races. This is easier for Cool Kathmandu. Going to go with that one on top. Not really going out on a limb there. Horse that might improve, who certainly has the numbers in the class, is the 4 War Smoke. That's a real tricky read. And I think a lot of it has to do with the long layoff. This horse had been off from October of 2021 all the way to July of this year and won. I mean, you don't see that often. So, facing winners for the first time, kind of forgive the effort. Still may need a couple races off of that long layoff. And maybe at his sharpest today, since that layoff may not be the same horse as he used to be. I know he started off on the turf, certainly bred for the turf. We'll see how he handles the slop today, and maybe he can improve off of those races. But interesting horse is War Smoke. Pop Coyer, hard not to use this horse in the top 3. He's had some chances. I mean, even when he broke his maiden, he made it interesting when he was when he first came here after being in New York, and that was against restricted 3-year-olds. So you would think that he was probably a lot better than those horses, but he just doesn't really want to win in a sense. But he does run to his competition. He's probably better than these horses. He ran second, only a couple lengths beaten to Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie we're going to see today. Man, what a good horse that one is. He's another one that's up for Horse of the Year. But Pop Coyer, going to be tough in here, at least to be in the top 3. I'll throw an Alice Frosted for 4th. Arguably just as good a maiden field as this allowance field. I mean, take out Cool Kathmandu and War Smoke, and maybe you could say that. His one win, his last win, was on a sloppy racetrack. He did just get up, but it was a pretty decent maiden special weight field, and maybe getting some confidence with 2 races over the track. So I'm going to go with 3, 4, 5, 6 in the first. Second race, scratch the 3, Twice Smitten. Got a lot more scratches later. It's a tricky race. I did go with a little bit of a price, at least morning line anyway. Went with the 2. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She is coming off a win against a little bit easier. No, I wouldn't even say that much easier, because this race, even though it's an open 5,000 for fillies, it's not that tough where you got all the allowance horses dropping down. These are mostly $5,000 horses running against each other. I like the fact, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, showed a little bit different dimension as far as coming off the pace, maybe chasing down the pace more than just simply going to the front end and trying to win that way. And the fact that she ran down Isle Storm, who was, when she was rating, was kind of the main speed in that race, and she still chased her down. And also, add to that was on a muddy racetrack. Now, it's hard to say how good Isle Storm is nowadays. Maybe she's not as good as she used to be. But I still think it was a good number for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. The fact that it was achieved on and off track is another positive. I give her a big chance in here. And she's a little bit of price morning line at odds of 5-1. Dosage of Mimosas, logical horse. She likes an off track. She seems to run better when it's a sealed off track. You see a couple of her wins earlier this year were on sealed racetracks. And since then, she even ran a good second on a good track to Fast Fran. And Fast Fran, when that one's loose, you're not going to beat Fast Fran. Didn't embarrass herself against allowance horses last time. Now drops back down to 5. Wouldn't take a short price on her, but you got to use her. The 8-horse, Ouch That Hurt. You know, you don't like the inside to outside move. I mean, she did take advantage of her post a little bit last time. She looked the best. This one's a gray horse, almost white, real good looking horse that she just got out there, held the inside, and kept going. I don't know if she's going to be able to do that from the outside post. Now, there's not a ton of speed in here. I'm not sure what the tactics will be with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. You know, Dosage and Mimosa's got that tactical speed. She doesn't really like to send going 6 furlongs, but she's out there with the pace. So Ouch That Hurt should be around that front line. She's not really a true speed horse, and she can pass horses. So she should be out there with that outside stalking trip. She plays, obviously. And then Ramon with her late run. She hasn't had much for racing luck. She usually has to make that big sweeping, circling move and lands a share most of the time against these type of horses. And see it again today. She's not bad on an off track, even though the record has her without a win. I'm going to go with the 2, 7, 8, and 5 in a pretty open second race that I thought maybe the edge, I'm going to give it an edge. I'm going to take a shot with a 5-1 shot. All right, third race, scratch the 1, number 1, Dylan. $1 pick 6. Remember, mandatory payout today of everything. Pick 6, pick 5, pick 4s, even if you got, pick 4s have to pay out. So 5 out of 6, 4 out of 6, 3 out of 6, 2 out of 6, whatever hits has to be paid out. And there's a carryover of almost $10,000. Maybe worth a wager here on closing day. Scratch the 1, number 1, Dylan. Well, if it's a little tougher than last week. I mean, last time Jack and Bernie ran was a free square, but it looks like you could start off your pick 6 with this horse. Again, he's got a break, though. I mean, he can't get away with breaking as bad as he did in the Leon Reed. This is the type of field that can beat him if he does break like he did in the Leon Reed. You know, you got Breaking Stones in the Institute, who are no slouches, but Jack and Bernie looks like he's on another level, at least so far in his career. I guess the only question mark might be how he handles the off track. He should like it. I mean, the readings suggest that he doesn't mind it. I think it was more of the bad start in the Leon Reed that cost his horse any chance, because he kind of was trying to make up that ground. His horse looks like he wants to be on the lead, or at least involved early with the few starts that we've seen him. And so his only blemish is that race where he just didn't break in the stakes race. But again, he's still unproven on the off track. But I don't know if it'll matter here. Hard to go against him. I'm going to go with him on top. The Institute, logical horse cutting back in distance. Here's the interesting thing about the Institute. Won on closing day in 2022. Can the Institute finish off this season the same way he finished off last season? Could happen if Jack and Bernie doesn't have it. Breaking Stones, he's another one, kind of unproven as far as the off track, but I mean, he's still there. I mean, he doesn't lose his form too much when it comes to the slop, and this horse is always there. He's more of that stalking style that doesn't quite catch the speed, or makes his move and gets caught by the closers, but he's always right there against the competition. Expect him to be there again. Royal Suspect, maybe not his best distance. Well, he's 0 for 9, so definitely not his best distance. But he's had a pretty phenomenal year again, being a 3-time winner in 2023, where he put a couple of them in a row. I mean, he was looking like he was going to own that starter condition going long, and he continues to run good in the 2 state bred. Question's going to be the distance against these horses. Obviously, he's not going to beat Jack and Bernie unless that one regresses a lot because of the off track. So I'm going to go with the 6, 7, 3, 2. Fourth race, Naz Alvarado on the 1A, Giant Bottle. Raf Rohina on the 3, April 1st. And I always say the all button can be your friend. Maybe this is the type of race where the all button can be your friend when you got a single in Jack and Bernie. I guess you can kind of look at it that way, or at least spread out. There's a couple you could probably eliminate, but this is one of those question marks. I mean, Queen of Toscanova, it's her first start going long. She could improve a lot. She's bred for it. Don's Last Call, I mean, Was a little disappointing last time, and she didn't have a great start. Still should have run better than what she did. I mean, that's Alara and Frankie C. Did this horse just not fire that day? How is she going to handle the off track? He got a couple of races for Don's Last Call that's just better than these horses. Is she good enough to win here? I mean, yes. I mean, the answer is yes. If she runs the second place finish that she had, not that long ago, October 25th, that race is good enough to win this race. Her last race, well, it isn't. Well, they didn't go that fast up front, but she's still supposed to beat Alara, who was a lifetime maiden. Give her another chance today. Aquilano broke through with a maiden yesterday that was up in class after running against the 11 and 9s. Maybe we can break through with this one as well. I got a couple for Aquilano picked today. He's usually good at the beginning of the year. Got him picked a couple times here. The 9-horse Queen of Tuscanova. Well, we know what to expect from most of these. Who's the horse that's most likely to improve or has a higher stealing? Queen of Tuscanova. Took a lot of play in her debut. Maybe it was because of the competition she was up against, but you never really like horses debuting for 5,000. You would think that, well, if they thought enough of her, she would at least start in a special weight. But maybe she was well spotted because she did finish 4th in that race. And maybe she wants to go long. She's got a good number for the distance and a good number for the off track. So she's the wild card here, the tricky read. I'm going to use her second. Third choice will go with the 6 because of the Brave. Looks like the speed. And that's got to mean a lot against these horses that don't want to win. Obviously, they've been, many of them, in the main condition for a while. She could just go out there and they don't pass her. It could be that simple. If she does get a clear lead, maybe she could get out there in 50 or 51 against these horses. I'd hate to say 49 and change would probably be fast for these horses going to mile 70. But she comes out of a race won by Northway. Northway was a big drop down, who I believe runs later today. Barbara Spirit, little inconsistent. I mean, her last race wasn't good, but her previous couple starts were decent. But again, she's kind of flattening out with her late run in those starts. So you want to see a little more punch from her. But against this field, she's just got to get the right kind of trip. I'm going to go with the 8-9-6-5 in a race that I don't really love anybody. Probably want to spread out if you're playing in the pick 6. Okay, pick 5 starts in the 5th. Scratch the 6 high tone. Like I said, I got Aquilano picked here. Maybe he can win the midday double, get a couple in a row. Old Man Winner is another one. The horse is just better than these horses. But you can't tell that by his last couple starts. Well, he was off a layoff since July when he chased after and got uninterested after chasing after Fiery Heart. Maybe he just lost a step after that, but he dropped to 5,000 and hasn't done well. Of course, he's chasing Brock Modenoff. Brock Modenoff ended up being the main speed in that race, and that was it. I mean, Old Man Winner got a couple starts since that layoff since July. Maybe here on closing day. I know he's won on opening day before. Maybe on closing day he can win. He does run his best race fresh. You look at his race earlier this year, opening week, he won. So maybe it's kind of like, as Tony says, a bookend of the season for Old Man Winner. The 5-horse Angelic Mission took advantage of an absolutely paceless race when he won. I don't know, the other speed just didn't go, and he was just out alone. I mean, North Coast, Uncle Vic, I don't know what they were doing there. But last race wasn't so fortunate. A little easier race today than last time, that he could get a stalking trip. He really doesn't have much for early speed. I mean, you got to figure Holy Cowboy major spin on the inside, got some speed. Angelic Mission, they could work out a trip, though, and be in the number. The third, I'll use the 3 major spin. Was in that trainers race. That was a non-winners of 2 for the trainers. That was won by David Donegan. Congratulations to him, as Candy Rock had a class edge on those rivals. But major spin was the main speed and ran pretty well against horses who were out of all kinds of conditions. Not the case today, back in a normal condition, but plays off of the numbers. And I'll use Smooth Tails as a long shot for 4th for the Murph. Murph going well here at the end of the year. Not sure what's going on with this horse, but the couple routes he didn't fire. Last time, he just didn't run well at all. And maybe give him another chance here for Smooth Tails, because he's got races earlier in this year and earlier in his career that would be right in the mix or even beat some of these horses in this field. 7-5-3-4 in the 5th. Remember, that starts to pick 5, mandatory payout. So we'll have 4 out of 5 today if you don't have all 5, if nobody has all 5. 6th race, a maiden race that goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Another one that seems to be a pretty wide open maiden race, but at least this one's a special weights. Yeah, I could have gone a bunch of different directions in this race. Looking at the pace flow, it does look like, and I use this long shot in the top 3, License to Chill, looks like the speed. Can that horse improve enough to keep going? You always got to respect Linda Dixon with these young horses, but I thought the horse that might be in position, even though he's got a tough outside post, Max Foster could sit right off of License to Chill, and if that one does stop in his second start going 6 furlongs, Max Foster can get first run on some of these other ones. Now, he's got some races in New York that are really good that would beat most of these, and he was off a little bit of a layoff when he first arrived here and ran a good third. He just kind of ran evenly last time in the slop. It's not like he lost ground, but didn't gain ground, didn't pick him up either, and it was the same type of horses. He said, out of a dam by Go Sapper, you would think he wouldn't mind an off track, and I don't think he will. And I think the pace flow can matter. Maybe he's just a horse that's not going to have the punch, but if he's up close with the pace with License to Chill, and that one stops, he could go by and win here. And the 6 Pantagelli, you got to use in the top 3. I mean, has this horse been off the board? Yeah, once, and that was a rout. So he's never been off the board in a sprint. So maybe today's the day to get through and get the maiden victory. But either way, how do you not use them in the top 3? I do. The 4 License to Chill mentioned. This one is at 15-1 morning line. Probably going to be a big long shot in here. Well, yeah, it's a tricky read. I mean, the horse broke poorly in his debut. You got to give him that. And then dueled with the eventual winner and stopped. Maybe needed the race. Goes first time Lasix today. And instead of dueling with Redemption Road, this one might find himself on the front end. Makes him dangerous in the 6. Certainly would add some value to all the numbers. The 3-horse Union Navy, maybe the slop has woken this horse up a little bit. Remember, the other slop race he had was in a rout. Maybe he didn't want to go long. But it was, I mean, the one negative for Union Navy is, man, what a perfect trip he got under Kevin Navarro in that race. But his number boosted big time. That was his best lifetime buyer last race. I mean, it did have a lot to do with the perfect trip that he had. But who knows? He could get a similar trip from the 3 posts that he has today. 11, 6, 4, 3. They got a Niz with a first turn there. 7th race, scratch the 1, Kitty Tintin. The 4, Stormies in Style. The 5, Joyful Departure. And the 8, Sweet Tooth Sue. Mention the jockey battle right now. I think Diego's got a couple of live ones here late in the card. You never know on this off track. My Sweet Summer was kind of a disappointment in her last start going long. Yeah, maybe she doesn't want to go long, even though her breeding says she does. You know, maybe that was part of it. I mean, she didn't break all that sharp, and she just never really got into the race. Drops in class, and that's the big thing. Cuts back in distance. So running out of excuses would be My Sweet Summer, unless she doesn't handle the track. She should handle these rivals. Northway is the main threat, and that's the other horse from the Maya Engelhart barn. Now, Diego and Worry flip-flop here, so not sure who chose what. I was assuming Diego chose My Sweet Summer, but unsure of that because he rode Northway the last 2. But Worry rode My Sweet Summer last time. But they both figure. I mean, Northway was a convincing winner against 5,000 maidens. She'll face winners for the first time. That was a rout, so she's turning back in distance. She's good short. I guess we'll find out. I did think My Sweet Summer was a little bit better coming off the 3rd place finish against the 11-9 claimers versus coming off the 5,000 maiden victory for Northway. But she was dropping, though. Both of them play. The 6 Midnight Empress going to use a long shot for 3rd. She seems to be coming around a little bit. Well, she never was really out of form. She broke her maiden for 5, and she's hit the board the last 3 times for the 2 lifetime. Well, I don't see how she could be 12-1. Maybe just because the 2 and the 3 will get so much play, she'll be a higher price. But I got her 3rd best. And that's probably where she'll finish, 3rd or 4th in this race. Sweet DeSantis is an interesting one, cutting back in distance. Maybe that's what this horse needs, a good power turn back, as Pan Man used to say, for Sweet DeSantis. Maybe she comes rolling late coming out of those route races. Wasn't bad on an off track. Hit the board in both of them, and added blinkers last time. So maybe that'll help her turning back in the sprint. 2-3-6-12 in the 7th. Zip through these last 2 of the season. 8th race, scratch the 1, Coffee Futures as part of entry. Scratch the 2, Mind of Gold, who I was going to use. Scratch the 9, Fabulous Moolah. Tony just announced the scratch of the 11, True Destiny. I'll trust him on that one. I like Sabrine on an off track today, but then I look at the pace scenario, especially with the scratches. I think Pretty Miss Keynes can get the lead over Crosstalk in this race. I mean, Crosstalk is hit or miss whether that horse even goes to the front end in her races. So I thought Pretty Miss Keynes might find herself alone on the lead and control the pace. I mean, that's what she did last time. I mean, she actually went pretty decent for the day for 5,000, even though it's 23 and 47. It's a little slower racetrack that day. I think she could get the jump on Sabrine. But I thought the main 2 in this race were Pretty Miss Keynes, Sabrine. I initially had Sabrine on top before the scratches, and then I opted to go with the speed. But obviously Sabrine's got a big number for the off track. Runs better on it. You saw it last year when she hit the off track. She ran big. She's 3 for 6 on the off. Is that enough to catch the speed of Pretty Miss Keynes? Maybe. It looks like these 2 either way. The 3-horse Sweet Invasion, the other Jim Aquilano trainee, along with Sabrine. Koa does get off to ride Lady Quinn. He also rode True Destiny before that one scratched to Lady Quinn, so that's not a big positive here for Sweet Invasion. If you got a rider getting off 2 other horses to ride Lady Quinn, but I use Lady Quinn for 4th. Certainly plays on the turn back, but Sweet Invasion, don't overlook this one. Those races are for 11 to 9 before dropping to 5 last time, and she was moving. I mean, that pace didn't back up. That was Ouch That Hurt that had that inside trip that took over from the inside, and nobody really was able to close. This one did make that late move. I'll throw in Lady Quinn on the turn back for 4th, so I'm going to go the 8, 6, 3, and 10, but I could go either way with the 6 and 8. Could go 6, 8, 8, 6, either way, especially with the off track. On a fast track, I'd feel a little more confident. Okay, 9th race, scratch the 4, Gossiping Pando, scratch the 5, Regal Empire, and scratch the 6, Uncle Taco. Andre Worry on the 7. Go get the bag. For the last race of the season, I'm going to go not out on a limb, but with a drop down, ripe for mischief. And you got a couple drop downs in here. Actually, I think my top 3 or 4, well, top 2 are drop downs. The other 2 are for Chris Engelhardt. Not going off on a limb here, but ripe for mischief, tough to go against either way. I mean, this is a big drop in class, tough to ignore, and he ran good enough on the dirt last time to think that he should run good enough on the dirt to beat $5,000 maidens. Obviously, they're not true 5,000 maidens at the end of the year because you got other drop downs, and he is better on the turf most likely because that's where they've been running. I'm going to use him on top. Go get the bag. He's got the tactical speed that puts him in the race. He ran okay on an off track last time for 11. Logical horse for 5. The 12, Milagroso. You got 2 for Chris Engelhardt. You got the 1 Dancing with Rico, the 12, Milagroso. John Davila opts to go with Milagroso over a My Purple Haze stable horse. That's enough for me to think that that one is probably a little bit better than Dancing with Rico because he's not going to get off a My Purple Haze stable horse unless he thinks the other one can win. So Milagroso I'm going to use for 3rd. And the 1 horse, Dancing with Rico, got the better post for 4th. And maybe that's just the case. Maybe Dancing with Rico should be there, but maybe just doesn't want to win with the 3 straight second-place finishes, the last one to the stablemate. All right, that's it for me for the 2023 season. I'll be back in 2024 to go over some of those cards with you. That'll start in late April. Of course, simulcast wagering all winter long. Going to keep an eye on the jockey race today because that's the big thing. We haven't had a jockey race this close in quite some time going down to the last day. Currently, Kiberkoa and Emmanuel Didiego are both tied atop the jockey standings. Today will decide it. Remember those mandatory payouts in the pick 5 and the pick 6. So everybody enjoy the card first, but then enjoy your Thanksgiving and all.
Race 1 on the closing day card is a 6-furlong allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, a couple of scratches, 2 and 7. They're one and only in Pine Valley. Sealed Sloppy Racetrack. Race 1 will begin the early double and the early pick 4, a 9-race card. And we start the day in a little more than 3 minutes. Don't forget we have mandatory payouts in our pick 6 and our pick 5. The pick 6 starts in race 3, $9,683 carryover. $1 minimum wager in that pick 6, and then our closing day pick 5 will get underway in race 5. Once again, the opener begins the early double and the early pick 4, and let's meet the field. Number 1 is Mad Magic with Louis Perez. Number 3 is Cool Cat Mandu, Andre Worry, the favorite at even money. 4 is War Smoke, Emmanuel Di Diego. 5 is Pop Coyer, Jackie Davis. Next will be number 6, Al's Frosted, Jeremiah Flores. And the 8 is Dr. Jerry. Stablemate to the 6, Paul Barrow conditioning 6 and 8. Dr. Jerry's jockey is John Davila Jr. That's the field for the closing day opener, a little more than 2 minutes away. One last dance in 2023 here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A nice 9-race card, some big fields, the mandatory payouts, a cool pick 6 carryover. Closing day in a little more than 2 minutes. You're looking at my top pick, and look at him get warmed up and ready to rock and roll. The 1 Mad Magic. I can't help myself, fans. I love turnbacks. I love Munnings. I'm going to pick both of the Munnings this afternoon, Mad Magic and Old Man Winter. Mad Magic has a tremendous Tomlinson for a wet racetrack. He's done some good things, a victory and a second-place finish in his 3 starts. He has lots of foundation. I'm willing to forgive the recent race in which he was an odds-on favorite. They just crawled along and let Believe in Josh blow it up at a huge number. Mad Magic gets lots and lots of pace here in the opener, and maybe he can roll and get us off to a good start at 11-1. Long overdue to bring in some nice prices for you. Maybe we start the day here with Mad Magic, hoping they just really go crazy early. You know, Cool Cat Mandu, obviously the horse to beat. He's even money on the board. He's probably the quickest of the quick, but there are other speedy types. Horse Smoke likes to be forwardly positioned. Al's Frosted can be up there. So too could Dr. Jerry. I sure hope it all sets up for this Sun by Munnings. Mad Magic, my top pick at a big, big number. 3, Cool Cat Mandu, probably the horse to beat. Obviously, if he replicates the affair on the 16th of September, he's going to be tough to handle. Victorious Wave's a very nice horse for Chris Englehart. Victorious Wave earlier this season defeated Trelad for Carl O'Callahan. Trelad has looked sensational this season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. In fact, tonight Trelad's in a $50,000 stakes race at Penn National. So Cool Cat Mandu with the company lines of Victorious Wave really stamps him as a logical contender in this non-winners of 2 lifetime. He's probably the speed of the speed. I mean, he went 22 seconds last time. Who else can go that fast? We shall see. You never know. Just because it's not there on paper doesn't mean it's not there with other horses. You look at War Smoke once upon a time when he ran on the turf at Saratoga. He went 21-2, about a length and a half off. Al's Frosted's been forwardly placed. Dr. Jerry. I'm hoping that they're going to battle with Cool Cat Mandu so my top pick can reap the benefits when it counts the most. Another horse who could reap the benefits if they really go crazy early is the 5 Pop Coyer. I know Pop Coyer's a little light on winning 1 for 11, but he does have 4 seconds and 2/3. Just ran a very good race to Tacony Road as the favorite. And look at that big stretch run, fans. We talked about this all season long. When you see a soft interior flow like 22-3, not the 22-3 necessarily, but the 46-4, that's really crawling in a sprint. And this horse is 6 lengths out at the quarter pole and makes up all that ground and just misses by a neck. He's going to get a much more lively pace this afternoon. Pop Coyer, a big late threat at 3-1. And then you get the 4 War Smoke. War Smoke's done some good things here in a couple of appearances. Needed that last start. He had been away for about 3 months. Now gets an ideal spacing. A month off. He's got a workout in between. That's what Jeremiah does best. War Smoke, also a contender. 1-3-5-4 in our closing day opener. And what a great day it's going to be. We've got the mandatory payouts. We've got the jockeys race. Di Diego and Co. at 65. Louis Perez about 4 lengths behind them. Paul Barrow's got that 5-length lead on Chris Englehart. It's all about to happen in a little more than a minute for closing day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the closing day opener, and the big favorite in the opener is number 3, Cool Kathmandu at 4-5. 5 Pop Coyer 3-1. Here comes Mad Magic. Cool Kathmandu will be next. War Smoke. Pop Coyer. And the Barrow trainees, Al's Frosted and Dr. Jerry. Cool Kathmandu, 4-5, big favorite. Dr. Jerry, the last one to load. Ready for the closing day opener. And there they go. War Smoke and Cool Kathmandu begin the best. Pop Coyer comes away running in third, then Al's Frosted, Dr. Jerry, and Mad Magic turning back in distance is the last of all. And it's Cool Kathmandu, the first of all, a little quicker than War Smoke, his pace partner. It's about 3 lengths. Make it 2.5 to Al's Frosted, almost a length in front of Pop Coyer. A good 7 or 8 back to the last 2. Dr. Jerry and Mad Magic, 22 2/5. That opening quarter for Cool Kathmandu, almost a length at the 3/8 from War Smoke. Al's Frosted in a good spot from third if he can close in. He's a little more than 3.5 off the lead near the 5/16. 2.5 lengths to Pop Coyer. It's about 7 lengths to Mad Magic. And Dr. Jerry and Cool Kathmandu maintains his lead from War Smoke, who continues to apply pressure. And Pop Coyer's going to try to join the party along the inside. Al's Frosted is in the 4th spot. And to the far outside is Mad Magic coming with his big run, but he's a long ways out of it. And Cool Kathmandu has kicked well clear. Cool Kathmandu. Mad Magic's really rolling home late, but it's only for second. Cool Kathmandu in the opener. Mad Magic with a good stride in the final quarter of a mile to claim second. Pop Coyer third. Al's Frosted fourth for the Superfecta. Plenty of class, plenty of speed. Cool Kathmandu at a short price in our closing day opener. He's 3-5 on the board. The final running time 1:11 and 35/100ths. Nice effort from the 1 Mad Magic from the depths of nowhere up for second. Third place 5 Pop Coyer. And 4th place goes to number 6 Al's Frosted at a big price for your Superfecta. Make sure to hold all tickets. Cool Kathmandu in the season closing opener. He's a 3-year-old at Gray Arona gelding by Frosted out of the dam Fat Cat. Owned by Happy Face Racing Stable, winning trainer Charlie Baker. Winning jockey is Andre Worry. Kentucky bred by High Peak Farm LLC and Godolphin. Charlie Baker getting his first victory on closing day. I know he doesn't run a lot of horses here anymore. That's kind of a cool thing for Charlie. How many years in a row has Charlie won a race at Finger Lakes? He extends it, that's for sure. All right, the opener is in the books, 3-1-5-6. The 3-1 exacta $13, 3-1-5 trifecta $6 and a nickel, and the 10-cent super 3-1-5-6 $4 and a dime and a nickel. All right, let's go to race 2. 20 minutes away, scratch 3, twice smitten. 3 twice smitten, scratch from race 2, beginning the early pick 3. Hey fans, just because the season is concluding, still time to sign up and be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You want to sign up because we've got good incentives for the month of December concerning Tampa Bay Downs. I know a lot of Finger Lakes fans love to watch and wager on the action from Tampa. And if you sign up and be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com, we're going to give you 5% rewards from Tampa Bay Downs. Must wager $1,500 a month. Show wagers not included in the rewards. Tampa Bay Downs getting underway this afternoon. And you know what, fans? Beginning in December, we'll give you 5% rewards if you're part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, sign up today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay.
All right, in the paddock for race number 2, and I think I butchered that name earlier, but Cool Kathmandu gets the victory. It's probably one of those CCR songs or something like that. Andre Worry for trainer Charlie Baker, who makes a late season appearance and easily gets the win. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, goes the distance of 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 3 twice smitten. Certainly was one of the players in here. Current favors on the outside, the 8 ouch that hurt, looking for 2 in a row, would be no surprise, as that one, though, might not get as good of a trip as she did last time when she was able to take advantage of her inside position. She didn't break all that sharp, but she was able to keep her position and won for fun from there. Just the pace flow kind of went her way despite the bad break. But, I did lean towards a little bit of a price in here to maybe chase down the speed or maybe even be beyond the speed, and that's the 2. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She likes an off track. Obviously, she just won on a muddy racetrack, but showing a different type of running style where she chased down the speed of Isle Storm, who looked like Isle Storm was going to be long gone. And I just think this horse ran a big race. And it was the same type of horses as here, if not a little bit tougher, now dropping to 5,000. So the fact that she can win from just out of it gives her a good chance, even if she doesn't make the lead, but she might even be able to hold the rail from her 2 position in here, and certainly doesn't mind the moisture in the track. I mean, a good horse to take a shot on at a price in a race that doesn't really have a standout. This one's at odds of 9-2. The 7 Dosage and Mimosas. Yeah, she's a big player here just because she also likes the off track. She likes a good sealed track or a sloppy sealed track, as we saw earlier in the year. But she was no worse than second over the last few starts before stepping up to face 2 other than state breds against Missing Fortune. What would Missing Fortune do to this field is kind of how you look at it. So she didn't run that badly. So obviously she likes an off track. She's one to consider because of the off track, and she's a big threat. Ouch That Hurt is going to get play. She's at odds of 6-5. Put up a good number last time. But again, her post position changes. It might even change the style of running that she'll have here. More of an outside stalking trip instead of holding the rail and being with a pace last time. But she's in good form right now, and she's another one that has a chance to win race number 2. And that's a few of the players for this second race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts. We scratch the 3 twice smitten.
Coming onto the track for today's second race, we have 7 mares sprinting at 6 furlongs. $5,000 claimer, scratch 3, twice smitten. Second race begins the early pick 3, race 2 in a little more than 2 minutes. Here's the field. 1 is Clifton Punch. Andre Worry looking to sweep the early double. Number 2, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Christian Navarro. Scratch the 3, 4 is Bastet, Emmanuel Di Diego. 5, Skip the Parade. 6, Trivia, Joel Cruz. There's the 7, Dosage Mimosas, Jackie Davis. 10-year-old daughter by Bustin' Stones, looking for her 19th career trip to the winner's circle. 8 is Ouch That Hurt. She's looking for 2 in a row and her 10th overall. Jeremias Flores, she's the favorite at 7-5. And skipping the parade, the 5, Ramon and Louis Perez. Those are the 7 mares. Race 2 in a couple of minutes. Second race on the closing day program will begin the early pick 3. 7, Dosage Mimosas, my top selection. She's been one of my favorites for years around here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. What a great 2023 for this 10-year-old. A salty mare, salty veteran. She's really come into her own this season, winning 3 races. She made more money than last year. She's near $230,000 in her career. She's capable on a wet track. She's just a versatile individual. Pretty cool 10-year-old mare. I'm glad she's still succeeding. Glad she's still strutting her stuff. And I'm going to give her one more try on closing day. And we're getting 7-2. Dosage Mimosas, my top pick. 8, Ouch That Hurt. Looked good. Winning. Boy, once upon a time, this was a very, very talented mare. She was a very good allowance horse early on in her career. She's come into her own at the $5,000 level. This is where she belongs these days. Paul Barrow does a great job with these veterans. Bold Lee comes to mind. There are many others. Ouch That Hurt, looking for 2 in a row. And she is quite formidable on a wet racetrack herself. 50% hitter, 3 wins from 6 starts with 1 runner-up effort and 1 third-place finish. 6, Trivia finally gets a reprieve in class this afternoon. It's for closing day, but hey, better now than never. Trivia dropping in for 5. She's been up against much better throughout the season. A starter allowance ranks, the first state bred condition, $11,000 claimers. That's the good news. The bad news is, even though it's 5, it's a tough group of 5. These mares are all talented, but Trivia has a good run, and she's a good price at 12-1. She is providing a lot of value on this class drop, and she's 2 for 8 on wet racetracks. Very, very talented group. Can make a case for just about all of them. 5, Ramon. I'll pick her for the Superfecta. She has a lot of seconds and thirds. Only 5 lifetime victories in those 44 starts. She likes to do her running from off the pace. We'll see. I could see her getting a nice minor placing. She's my 4th selection. 7, 8, 6, 5 in race 2. A little more than a minute away. It's post time for the second race. 3 2-1 shots on the board. 2, 7, and 8. I know you ain't talking to me. Dosage Mimosas and Ouch That Hurt. And the current favorite is number 2. I know you ain't talking to me. Seven mares at the gate. There's Clifton Punch. The current favorite, I know you ain't talking to me. 7 and 8 are now both 5-2. There's Bastet. She's the biggest price on the board. Next will be Ramon. Ramon doesn't miss too many dances. 14 last year. This is her 16th start here in 2023. Next will be Trivia. Finally dropped in for 5,000. That's the good news. The bad news is this 5,000 came up pretty salty. 10-1 Trivia. Now Ouch That Hurt is 8-5. I know you ain't talking to me, and Dosage Mimosas both 5-2. There's the 10-year-old mare by Bustin' Stone. She's looking for her 19th career victory, Dosage Mimosas. And there's Ouch That Hurt, looking for 2 in a row for leading trainer Paul Barrow. Early pick 3 time. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. Dosage Mimosas is showing pace with Ouch That Hurt. Trivia's there, and I know you ain't talking to me is forwardly positioned along the inside. Clifton Punch has been headed by Ramon and splitting them Bastet. Ouch That Hurt to the 2 path. I know you ain't talking to me, holding her ground from the rail. In third is Dosage Mimosas covering Trivia, and they have 3 lengths to find. 2.5 to Ramon outside of Bastet. And Clifton Punch is the last of all. 22 3/5 for Ouch That Hurt. Her neck is in front of I know you ain't talking to me. Trivia's on the move, and she's closing in. Dosage Mimosas is 4 lengths from the front. Ramon with a wide surge. Here's Ramon circling rivals. Bastet trying to outrun her odds. She's in with a little bit of a look. Nothing yet from Clifton Punch. Ouch That Hurt. Plenty of pursuers. Trivia. Ramon with the wide journey. Bastet. Also there from the outside of Bastet is Dosage Mimosas, but it's Ouch That Hurt who has come clear in deep stretch. Trivia continues to chase her. Ouch That Hurt and Trivia, I know you ain't talking to me. Third, Ouch That Hurt for leading trainer Paul Barrow. Ouch That Hurt wins race 2. Second and third got tight between I know you ain't talking to me and Trivia. Looked like Bastet for the Super as the biggest price on the board. What a season for Paul Barrow. Ouch That Hurt. Plenty of past class in her corner. Eva Money got hit hard in the late stages. 112 and 52 100ths. Got pretty tight for second and third. It was also tight for fourth. Make sure to hold all tickets. Unofficial winner number 8, Ouch That Hurt. Results of the photo: second place, number 2, I know you ain't talking to me. Third place, number 6, Trivia. Fourth place, number 4, Bastet. 8-2-6-4 up on the board. Ouch That Hurt is in the winner's circle. That is 2 in a row. 3 out of 4, and her 10th career score, a 7-year-old Grayer-owned mare by Honorable Dylan out of the Damn Devilish Spirit. Owned by Paul Barrow and Fred Rosen, leading trainer Paul Barrow, winning jockey Jeremias Flores. Paul and Jeremias have really been on fire the last few weeks. Ouch, That Hurt was bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm, LLC. Second race is official. 8264, the 3-8 early daily double, $8.50. 8-2 exacta, $13.80. 826 trifecta, $12.05. 10-cent super, 8264, $14.27. Race 3 will begin the pick 6 mandatory payout for closing day. Scratch 1, number 1 Dylan, a nice carryover. $9,683, a dollar minimum wager, old school, traditional style pick 6. And here are the changes in the sequence, quite a few. In the 4th race, a couple of jockey changes. Nazario Alvarado on 1A Giant Bottle. 3 April 1st, make the jockey Rafael Rohina Jr. Let's go to race 5 and scratch number 6, High Tone. Race 6, just an overweight, skipping ahead to the 7th. Scratches 1, 4, 5, and 8. Kitty Tintin, Stormy's in Style, Joyful Departure, Sweet Tooth Sue, 1, 4, 5, and 8, all scratch from the 7th. And in the 8th race, the concluding leg of the closing day pick 6, we have 4 scratches. 1 Coffee Futures, part of the entry, 2 Mind of Gold, 9 The Fabulous Moolah, and 11 True Destiny. 1, 2, 9, and 11, all scratched from the 8th. Best of luck in our closing day pick 6, 19 minutes away at 1:12.
All right, ouch, that hurts. Stays sharp with another victory. Flores for Barrow. Barrow already sealed up the trader title yesterday, so he gets another win, padding his lead over Egelhart, and going to finish as the top 2023 trainer. Flores ending the season pretty well too. He's been on fire here the last few weeks. Third race we start a $1 pick six. Remember, there's a carryover of almost $10,000 in that pick six pool. We scratched the one, number one Dylan. Gonna have a real short price favorite in the first leg of this pick six, and if he breaks, he's going to be awfully tough in here to catch, and probably wins by multiple lengths again. Although it is a tougher field than the field he just beat last time in the one state bred. Of course, the one state bred he's supposed to win by double-digit odds or double-digit lengths, and he didn't even need to. He just kind of just won handily as he should. Well, the only blemish on Jack and Bernie's record was in the Leon Reed when he just did not break. He kind of broke in a tangle and it just couldn't make up the ground. After that, it gets a pretty good field. Obviously, that's the only time he really faced top stakes caliber competition. This is probably the second best field he's faced this year, and hasn't even been challenged in any of his allowance conditional race. So wouldn't expect him to either today. If he breaks and gets the lead, he's going to be awfully tough to catch. A couple of the main rivals, you got to think the Institute would be one of them. Institute won on closing day back in 2022. So wouldn't that be interesting if he comes back and wins on closing day? We always talk about horses that run well fresh first race off of the layoff to start the season. This one would be one to end the season well. But he turns back in distance out of the route. Maybe the route wasn't his thing anyway. I mean, this horse was up close to a really slow pace. Had a couple seconds in a row in sprints. One of those seconds to Tra-Lad. But that was one of those races where he kind of altered course, or else he would have caught that horse. And Worsaichi turned out to be a good one too. So those are top caliber sprinters. Maybe not quite in the category of Jack and Bernie. So that one would have to regress, or maybe just not take to the off track for the Institute to pull off the minor upset. Same thing with Busted Stone or Breaking Stones, because Breaking Stones is still unproven on an off track as it is. He did run okay. Didn't have a great trip in the slop back in October. Always fires. This horse does not miss the board since arriving here at Finger Lakes, and probably is going to be a factor again today. So those are the main factors in the third. Got to beat Jack and Bernie, who's going to be a very short price favor. We are going to start the pick six with close to $10,000 already in the pick six carryover pool. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick three also available.
Coming onto the track for today's third race, some New York breds, a nice second state bred allowance event, optional tag of $10,000, sprinting at 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. Scratch number one Dillon. Scratch the number one Dillon. This race will start our pick 6 for closing day. Nice little carryover, just shy of $10,000, a mandatory payout. And post times in a little more than 3 minutes. Here's the group, beginning with the 2 Royal Suspect, Jackie Davis. 3 is Breaking Stones, Andre Worry looking for 2. Leading trainer Paul Barrow looking for back-to-back winners. 4 is Invaluable Will, Rafael Rohina Jr. 5 is Tommy the Torch, Nazario Alvarado. 6 is Jack and Bernie, the big favorite. 1 to 4, Joel Cruz. Deborah Breed, conditions 4 and 6. And completing the post parade is number 7, The Institute, and Louis Perez. That's the field for the third, beginning the pick 6. A little more than 2 minutes away. Pick 6 time on the closing day card. A little shy of $10,000 in the carryover. I'd love to see the new money. We've been able to display that all season long. There it is, $14,400 up there. I see it. It's a little different than I'm used to, but there it is. You're looking at the horse to beat, the 6 Jack and Bernie. Everybody knows Jack and Bernie's the horse to beat here in the third, starting the pick 6. What a fireball he has turned out to be so far in this brief 5-race career. 4 of those races have resulted in authoritative victories. His only defeat was when he ran 4th in the Leon Reed, and he came into that race with a little bit of a suspect work tab, and he still ran well, didn't break like we were accustomed to, the way he pops the starting gate, showed a new dimension, loomed live all the way to the 8th pole, and flattened out just a bit. Well, any thoughts that maybe Jack and Bernie was not quite Jack and Bernie, he put them to bed when he rolled on the 8th of November. He is by far the horse to beat here in race 3. He does have front bandages on this afternoon. In fact, he had back bandages also. I don't know if that's a precautionary measure with the wet racetrack, but just worth noting, Jack and Bernie with the front bandages this afternoon. 1 to 4, it looks like we're giving you a free space in the pick 6. That's good news. The bad news is, best of luck in the final 5. What a salty little sequence for closing day. And there's that new money. There's the graphic we're accustomed to. Over $15,000 of new money. It's going to be a good one. And especially if you could somehow get by Jack and Bernie, you could blow this up to kingdom come. And there's a horse on the board right now, or on television monitors, worth a little bit of a look. Number 7, The Institute. The Institute seemed like he was a little better as a 3-year-old than he has been as a 4-year-old. He really strutted his stuff last season, making $70,000, 4 wins from 9 starts, 1 for 5 on a wet racetrack. Got that lofty Tomlinson. You would expect that. He's got Into Mischief blood up top and Officer blood underneath. He's back to what I believe is a preferred one-turn affair. Last time tried 1 mile and 70 yards, and he didn't run too bad. Shared success. One of his rivals, Royal Suspect, in front of him. I think he's much more powerful in a one-turn affair, and if anybody can maybe come and reel in Jack and Bernie, The Institute could be the horse. 3, Breaking Stones, leading trainer Paul Barrow. Let's see about Breaking Stones. Boy, this is a good-looking individual. He just has a tendency to run 2nd and 3rd more frequently than he gets to the winner's circle. He's 0 for 5 on a wet racetrack. I know the talent's there. He just hasn't been able to put it through all the way this season. And then you get the 4, Invaluable Will, the stablemate to Jack and Bernie. Gave him a little bit of a look for a minor placing. Didn't know what to do with Royal Suspect. I've underestimated him throughout the season. Now he's going to try a distance that I'm not really sure about. I know he's very capable around the 2 turns, but he has a lot of foundation. And then you get Tommy the Torch, a salty veteran who we've seen for many, many years. It's a cool pick 6. The numbers are growing. Jack and Bernie looks like the free space. We shall see in a little more than a minute. nearing the gate. It's post time for the third race, the start of the pick six. Getting closer to $20,000 in new money. Overwhelming favorite here in the first leg, Jack and Bernie. He was expected to be the overwhelming favorite. He is 3-5. 7 the Institute, 4-1. 2 Royal Suspect at 9-2. Then the 3 Breaking Stones at 7-1. There's Royal Suspect. Turning back in distance, here's Breaking Stones. Next will be Invaluable Will, stablemate to Jack and Bernie. Deborah Breed conditioning 4 and 6. Ed Schatzel's Tommy the Torch. Schatzel and Murph have had a lot of fun this season. There's Jack and Bernie, and the Institute will be the last of 6 to the outside. The favorite, Jack and Bernie, is in. Waiting for the Institute. Ready for the pick six. And there they go. Tommy the Torch is showing good speed. There's Jack and Bernie picking it up. And Jack and Bernie like a fireball claiming the top spot. Tommy the Torch and Breaking Stones vie for second. Royal Suspect has the 4th spot. The Institute is 5th. And Invaluable Will is the last of all, and he's about 7 lengths from his stablemate, Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie has the lead, 3 lengths. Tommy the Torch's closest pursuer. Breaking Stones has 6 to find heading into the turn outside of Royal Suspect. The Institute's about 8 or 9 lengths from the pace. Invaluable Will still at the back. And Jack and Bernie is all alone, and he got away with a pretty good opening quarter, 22-4. That is very, very favorable for Jack and Bernie. And he has a big lead at the quarter pole. Here comes the Institute, putting in a strong run. He might be the only one that has a little bit of a look, and he is closing in on Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie has the lead. The Institute has momentum. Jack and Bernie's got a race on his hands. Here comes the Institute to the outside, and the Institute rolls right on by. The Institute in the upset to start the pick six. Jack and Bernie second. Tommy the Torch third. 4th place, Royal Suspect. No free spaces in horse racing, that's for sure. We've learned that over the years. 110 and 49 100ths. What a big run from number 7, the Institute. Second place goes to 6, Jack and Bernie. 3rd place, 5, Tommy the Torch at a huge number. And 4th place, 2, Royal Suspect. Quick time, 110 and 49 100ths from the 3rd. Entering the winner's circle is number 7, the Institute. Took him all season to get this first trip to the winner's circle as a 4-year-old. He's a bay gelding by Into Mischief out of the Officer mare, Princess Violet. Owned by Barry Schwartz, winning trainer Michael S. Ferraro, winning jockey the Diamond Man Louis Perez. Winner was bred in New York by Stonewall Farm. Can Perez bridge the gap on Diego and Koa? Diego and Koa with 65. The Diamond Man within 3 lengths. Race 3's in the books officially 7-6-5-2. The 887, $30.20. 7-6 exact, and not too bad, fans. $18.40. 765 trifecta, $23.62. The 10-cent super 7-6-5-2, $14.20. I'll report the new money here momentarily. Let's give you the changes for the 4th race. We have a couple of jockey changes. Nazario Alvarado on 1A Giant Bottle. There is the new money real quick, better than $37,000. $37,586 of new money in the closing day pick 6. All right, back to the changes for the 4th. Nazario Alvarado, new jockey 1A Giant Bottle. Rafael Rohina Jr., new jockey 3 April 1st. 5 Barbara Spirit, 1 pound over the weight, a double and a pick 3. The 4th, 20 minutes away at 141.
in the paddock for race number 4, and yeah, a little bit of an upset, a minor upset, is the Institute at 5-1 able to catch Jack and Bernie, and the Institute, well, he started off a pick 6, at least a little bit of a price, beating the 1-5 shot. Louis Perez, who's been coming on as of late, if he'd have got a couple more wins during the season, he might have been in the talk for the jockey title. He's only a few away, though. If he can just win out here, maybe he's got a shot. He gets the victory for Michael S. Ferraro. A little bit of an upset to start off the pick 6. Couple rider changes in the 4th. Naz Alvarado will be on Giant Bottle. Raf Rohina on April 1st, the 3. Yeah, wide open race. You could go a bunch of different ways in here. Obviously, this is one of those races where the all button is your friend. So I could have, there's a couple of them I could have picked in here. I lean towards Don's last call. Don't love him by any means. But if you draw a line through her last race, she should win. She should beat this pretty soft field. But that's the concern. I mean, that was a pretty soft group that she got beat by last time. Now, there are a couple excuses. She didn't break all that well. Plus, they went very slow up front, which took her out of the race. She did make a nice move before flattening out. So maybe she's just a one-run horse at the end, but maybe that's all she needs to do here against this pretty weak group. But she's got to run better than what she did last time. She'll be a little bit of a price at odds of 9-1, but she is one of the main contenders. Queen of Toscanova's got the room to improve. She did take some money in her debut going off at odds of 5-2, but maybe that was a case of a pretty weak field that they didn't know who to bet in that race. She stretches out to what should be a better distance for her. She's got a nice Tomlinson for the distance of a 360. Shouldn't mind an off track. So she's got the higher ceiling, some room to improve, and she is going to get some play here at 3-1. Because of the Brave looks to be the speed, maybe that's a big advantage she can have. She faded pretty badly last time after having a lonely lead. No real excuse, but Northway would probably easily beat this field. So maybe she could get Brave on the front end if able to control the pace. Barbara Spirit's the other one to consider. She's kind of had those late runs where she's just kind of flattens out. So maybe, she, like Don's last call, times that move and come rolling late, then maybe she could get the victory, at least a top 3 or 4 threat in a wide open 4th race. Somebody's got to win this $5,000 maiden to finish out this season. Exacta Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts. Remember, the pick 5 starts in the 5th race, not the 4th. We'll have a mandatory payout of both the pick 6 and the pick 5 at the end of today.
Coming onto the track for race 4. Mile and 70 yards, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level. Nazario Alvarado on the 1A, Giant Bottle. Rafael Rohina Jr. on the 3, April 1st, 5 Barbara Spirit, 1 pound over. And it looks like all the fillies and mares are making left-hand turns out of the paddock, so we're going to skip the parade. We have a field of 10 with 9 wagering interests, a daily double, and a pick 3 opportunity. Fairly wide open event. Right now, number 6, Because of the Brave, is the lukewarm favorite at 5-2. Or actually, that horse is 9-2. Lukewarm favoritism with 3, April 1st, 3-1. 2, Frankie C is 7-2. Then you get the 9, Queen of Toscanova at 4-1. And 6, Because of the Brave, at 9-2. Make the analysis fairly brief. Number 8, Dawn's Last Call, will be my top pick. Not in love with her by any means, but I have been picking her pretty repeatedly throughout this season. And last time she was 4-5 and didn't run much. And today we're going to get much better value at 6-1. So that's a good angle that I've been preaching this season. Find a beat-em favorite. I also like to preach, stick with your runners. You know, you make a couple bets with the horses throughout the season. Seems like whenever you jump off them, that's when they come through. I'm not going to let Dawn's Last Call beat me at 6-1, but I'm not in love with her by any means. Some of her races are good. Some of her races are bad. Hopefully we get a good one this afternoon. 3, April 1st is taking a lot of play on the board. She's 3-1. Perhaps it's with the presence of Rafael Rohina Jr. How about our comeback jockey of the year, Rafael Rohina Jr.? Raf's been doing some good things this season. Been a good angle all season long. Too bad I'm jumping on it a little late. First time Rafael Rohina Jr. I wonder what that ROI is this season. I bet it's huge. April 1st at 3-1. I only picked this horse because of a couple of factors. A, she's been competing at better circuits at Colonial, Saratoga. She's been running on turf courses. I think turf horses like wet racetracks. She's dropping significantly in class. And then you get the presence of Rafael Rohina Jr. Looked at the 2, Frankie C. You have to look at the 2, Frankie C., especially if she can repeat her most recent race on the 7th of November. She is coming back quick, but hey, it's closing day. Why not? She had a length and a half lead at the 8th pole. I got to hold that against her. I don't really like horses that have leads at the 8th pole, especially good leads like that, and don't seal the deal. But she was well clear of the 3rd place finisher, and perhaps it was just a Laura's day. If Frankie C. can repeat that most improved race, then she has a big look along the inside. And then you get the 6, Because of the Brave, was a Kentucky bred. And she's run some pretty decent races throughout her career. She's never been able to crack through yet, obviously being a maiden. This is her 19th look, a lot of seconds and thirds. Pretty wide open wagering event. I'll take my chances with Dawn's Last Call. At least we're going to get rewarded if she comes through. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the fourth race. 10 fillies and mares, 9 wagering interests, a wide open wagering event. Number 3, April 1st, is the lukewarm favorite at 3-1. Indian Penny is in, one of 2 for Dylan Clark because of the Brave, her stablemate. Barbara Spirit between the Clark gals. Actually looks like the one, Sarah's Pride, will be outside of Barbara Spirit into the starting gate. Here comes the other Clark trainee. That's because of the Brave. Chosen by Grace, the lone mare. 21-1, Vareski Beach. Big Bench Esky. Don's Last Call. So April 1st is 5-2. Queen of Toscanova coming in with a lot of late money, down to 5-2. Queen of Toscanova is the current favorite. And one more to load. Giant Bottle to the outside. She will complete the lineup of 10, 9 wagering interests. Ready for the fillies and mares. And there they go. Because of the Brave is asked for speed. Frankie C is prominently positioned. Because of the Brave's the quickest. Chosen by Grace makes a move into third. Following her is Sarah's Pride. Barbara Spirit. From the rail is April 1st. Then we go to Indian Penny. Queen of Toscanova's already gotten over to the rail. Nice move by Kay Burkoa. The last 2 are a Giant Bottle and Don's Last Call. Because of the Brave has a big lead all to herself, better than 4 lengths. Into the second spot is Frankie C. Chosen by Grace is third, and April 1st is fourth from the inside, and she's 7 lengths from the pace. A length to Indian Penny, 8 lengths from her stablemate because of the Brave. Another 2.5 back to the outside, Sarah's Pride racing with her. Barbara Spirit, they have more than 4 lengths. On Don's Last Call, outside of Queen of Toscanova. And Giant Bottle's the last of 10, 24 2/5 that opening quarter. And the half 1 49 4/5. Because of the Brave by better than 3. Frankie C is second with Chosen by Grace. And here's April 1st making a move for the second spot along the rail. Break of more than 3.5 lengths to Indian Penny. Don's Last Call's trying to close in gradually. Racing with her is Barbara Spirit. Nothing from Queen of Toscanova just in front of her. Sarah's Pride. Giant Bottles at the back. Because of the Brave, the one to come and catch. Because of the Brave has the lead. Don's Last Call continues to improve her position. She's third along the inside. April 1st just in front of her. Because of the Brave has the lead. And she has led the entire trip. April 1st and Don's Last Call are second and third. Because of the Brave, still clear in deep stretch. Because of the Brave, all the way. Because of the Brave wins the money. April 1st was second. Don's Last Call third. And fourth place maybe to Frankie C. She's in a photo with Queen of Toscanova. Because of the Brave, popped the starting gate, never looked back. A wire-to-wire winner. Second place 3, April 1st. Third place 8, Don's Last Call. Well, we still do need the photo for the balance, so I'll slow down just a bit. 6, Because of the Brave, was the unofficial winner, and she ran the 1 mile and 70 yards in 1:48 and 63 100ths. 3 April, first, second, third place 8, Don's Last Call. Fourth place 2, Frankie C. In the winner's circle is number 6, Because of the Brave. Her 19th look gets her there. A 4-year-old gray-around filly by American Freedom out of the dam, Macha Glorita. Owned by Circle B Racing, winning trainer The Natural, Dylan Clark, winning jockey Jose Baez. A Kentucky bred by KMA Ranch. And race 4 is official. 7-6 double, $48.40. A 6-3 exacta, $58.50. 6-3-8 trifecta, $91.87. 10-cent super, 6-3-8-2, $46.90. 8-7-6 pick 3, the early pick 3, $38.75. 2-3-7 with 3-8. With 7, with 6, the early pick 4, $88.12. Closing days, pick 5 starts in race 5. Scratch 6, High Tone. 5, Angelic Mission, 1 pound over. Mandatory payout for the closing day pick 5 sequence. Some changes to think about all the way to the 7th race. A lot of scratches in the 7th. 1, 4, 5, and 8. Kitty Tin Tin, Stormy's in Style, Joyful Departure, Sweet Tooth Sue, 1, 4, 5, 8. All scratched from the 7th and the 8th race, quite a few scratches. The 1 Coffee Futures part of the entry, also scratching 2 Mind of Gold, 9 The Fabulous Moolah, and 11 True Destiny. And we get to the nightcap, some more changes. Scratches 4, 5, and 6, Gossiping Pando, Regal Empire, Uncle Taco, a jockey change on 7, Go Get the Bag to Andre Worry. Mandatory payout for the closing day pick 5, little more than 19 minutes until post time.
Oh yeah, 12 minutes of post for race number 5. Somebody had to win the 4th, and there wasn't a lot of pace in there. Because of the Brave was able to take advantage of that and go on to victory. Jose Baez for trainer Dylan Clark. That one was $11 winner. Dylan last week pulled off that big upset in the final race on Wednesday that ended up triggering that big pick 5 carryover into Monday. But this one, not such a big upset because of the Brave getting the victory in the 4th. Now the pick 5 starts in the 5th race. Remember, mandatory payouts of both the pick 6 and the pick 5 pools today. So if nobody hits the pick 5, it will pay out 4 out of 5 and so on. We scratch the 6 high tone. This is that split condition, hours of race since a date or never won 4 races. Well, question is going to be surrounding Old Man Winner. Right now at odds of 5-2. Got to like this horse. As far as in the past, he's been so much better than these rivals. He just hasn't shown it the last few starts. I mean, one of those races, of course, you could forgive in the starter against Fiery Heart, but since dropping to 5, really hasn't shown much. Last race, he did show a little bit of signs of life from the outside, trying to close some ground on the main speed of Brock Moninoff, but that one was long gone on the front end. There wasn't a lot of speed in that race, and he wasn't as close as he normally is. A little better situation than last time for Old Man Winner, and it's an easier field. So no excuses for him. If he could get back into form, he could certainly beat this field. He's currently at odds of 5-2. The 5-horse Angelic Mission getting a little bit of play at 9-2. Lost by double digits in that same race with Old Man Winner. Was a little dressed up going in. He couldn't have got better racing luck than when he won on Halloween. He just went out there in 23 and 47 alone on the lead. I mean, he's not even a horse with any speed. He just inherited the front end. It was a smart ride by Louis Perez getting him out there, but it wasn't like he had to go fast to be there. So obviously he was going to win that race and win it pretty easily. Any of those horses got the lead like that in that race would have won easily. So he was a little dressed up going to that last race, but he didn't get as good a trip. And, maybe against this easier field for Angelic Mission, shortening up to 5.5, they'll run a little bit better, but don't expect him to show any speed. The 3 is Major Spin, a horse that should show some speed in here. He was in a race that was for trainers. I mean, that was a trainer race where it was non-winners of 2 in a year for the trainers, not the horses. So you got horses coming from all different conditions in there, including a drop down in Candy Rock. Now, Candy Rock didn't have the greatest of form, but he was an allowance horse, turning back in distance. Major Spin gave him a good run. And that was a good effort. So shortening up to 5.5 without a ton of speed, other than right inside him with Holy Cowboy, who doesn't always break that well. That puts him in the mix. And the other one I used was the 4 Smooth Tails as a long shot. Right now getting some play at 6-1. He's certainly capable. Hasn't shown it lately, but he's also shown that he doesn't mind an off track in the past as well. He's 4 for 41 in his career, but 2 of those victories in 11 starts on an off track. So maybe a horse with a price that could land in the number. I see the 10 Cousin Greg getting some play, but he's more of an underneath type, and he's got a tough post in this race. But he's never missed the board on an off track. That's one thing to say about Cousin Greg. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 5 starts in the 5th. He got 8 minutes to post.
And bugler Dennis Kaler has the horses coming onto the track for race 5. Sprinting 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since July 22nd, or non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratch 6 High Tone. Overweight 5 Angelic Mission, 1 pound over. A mandatory payout in our closing day pick 5, a couple of minutes away. One is Dr. Lloyd. Jose Baez looking for back-to-back trips to the winner's circle. Stablemate 1A Blue City, Rafael Rohina Jr. 2-horse Holy Cowboy, Joel Cruz. Next will be 3 Major Spin, Emmanuel Di Diego. 4 is Smooth Tails, Caber Koa. Di Diego and Koa still locked in battle with 65. The Diamond Man, Louis Perez, aboard 5 Angelic Mission. He and Michael S. Ferraro started off the pick 6 with a bomb. Perez within 3 of the leaders. 7 has skipped the parade. 8 No Lime, Carlos Camillo. The 9 is Outstanding Debt with Jackie Davis. 10 Cousin Greg, Michael Davila Jr., one of 2 for Jim Aquilano. His stablemate skipped the parade. Talking about the 7, Old Man Winter. And there he is over in the 3/4 chute. That's his customary procedure as he gets ready to rock and roll here in the 5th. Post time coming up quickly. Let's get to this analysis. Let's make it short and sweet. Old Man Winter, he's my second Munnings on the card that I'm backing. He has had success over a wet racetrack. That's the good news. The bad news is Old Man Winter's off form. And it's not something I like to preach. I like to preach backing sharp equines. Old Man Winter is going to have to find the form from 2022. If he does, he's a player. His stablemate Cousin Greg's in much better form. I like his chances from the outside. I give him a good look. 3 Major Spin seems to be a major player against this group. 5 Angelic Mission looked good winning 2 back. And a sneaky bomb for all of you could be Outstanding Debt. He has 2 wins here at Finger Lakes, 2 wins on wet racetracks, and he had good energy at the 8th pole, and I thought he looked pretty good, finishing strongly. Those are my horses here in the 5th. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 5th. First leg of the pick 5 with that mandatory payout. Old Man Winter 5-2. Major Spin 3-1. That's the same price Angelic Mission. Old Man Winter's stablemate Cousin Greg 4-1 in the wagering. They are the four logicals, no question about it, here to start the pick 5. Working on major spin. A field of 11 with 10 wagering interests. Major spin just about situated. I thought he was moving forward, still having some issues with a major spin. Major spin is in. Here comes Smooth Tails. Here's Angelic Mission. Old Man Winter. Big long shot, no lime. And a couple to load. Outstanding Debt and Cousin Greg. Cousin Greg's a stablemate to the favorite Old Man Winter. Old Man Winter at 9-5. Ready for the pick 5. And there they go. Smooth Tails and Old Man Winter begin the best. Here's Dr. Lloyd showing good speed. Holy Cowboy wants to zip along from the inside. Angelic Mission races with major spin and no lime. Following them, Blue City. Cousin Greg is second last outside of Outstanding Debt. Smooth Tails has the lead, 1.5 lengths. Holy Cowboy is second, and Old Man Winter chases from third, and he has 2.5 to find at the 3/8, and he's beginning his bid. Far outside his major spin, he has more than 3.5 to find. Dr. Lloyd's in the 2-path. Angelic Mission is 4 wide, and he's 5 lengths off the lead. No lime stuck out there in no man's land. Break of 5 to Cousin Greg, hitting his best stride, covering Blue City. Outstanding Debts at the back, and still with the lead, Smooth Tails. And Smooth Tails still has the lead. Old Man Winter gets within 1.5 lengths at the 8th pole. Major Spin is third. And outside of them is Cousin Greg. Smooth Tails still with the lead. Old Man Winter relentless to the outside. Smooth Tails and Old Man Winter. Smooth Tails. How about the Murph on closing day? Smooth Tails from Old Man Winter. Chasing after them, Cousin Greg and Major Spin. Hugs for everybody down in the winner's circle. Tim Murphy, Smooth Tails. How about a hug for the announcer? Photo for the win. 1 minute 6 and 43 100ths. Smooth Tails and Old Man Winter. Cousin Greg and Major Spin. 1 minute 6 and 43 100ths. The final time. Smooth Tails, 7-year-old dark bear brown gelding by 40 tails out of the damn Satin Sheiks. Owned and trained by the one and only, the boisterous Tim Murphy. Kay Burkoa. He's the top jockey right now. New York bred here by Chester and Mary Broman. Koa up by a length over D. Diego with this upsetter, Smooth Tails. 4-7-10-3, 4-7-10-3 unofficially in the fifth. All right, race 5 is official. 4-7-10-3. 6-4 double, $146.50. The exacta 4-7, $67.50. 4-7-10 trifecta, $77. 4-7-10-3, 10 cents. Super, $69.80. 7-6-4, there is the pick 3, $150.75. So those are the first 3 races of the pick 6. Let's go to race 6, the final pick 4 of the 2023 season. Number 12, Big Elm, will carry 1 pound over the weight, and post time is in 20 minutes at 2:43. Hey fans, be advised not all combinations are covered in the pick 3. It looks like the 2 horse is the only one not covered, so just make sure to keep that in mind. Not all combinations covered in this pick 3.
In the paddock for race number 6, we're going to keep a close eye on this jockey race as Koa and Diego came into today tied on top of the jockey standings with 65 wins apiece. Well, Koa just went one ahead as he guided Smooth Tails to victory, as that horse was a big-time overlay in there at odds of 10-1. Know how good that horse is when he's on his game. He was able to get the lead, and that was the key. Getting the clear lead was, Old Man Winter was unable to chase that one down. But Koa with a one-length lead. Didier's got a couple favorites later. Maybe wins one of those. Maybe we'll get a tie atop the jockey standings. That would be pretty good. And I don't know if that's would be unprecedented. 6th race, a maiden event, goes the distance of 6 furlongs. We look at the board now. This one's pretty wide open for a maiden event. As you see, the lowest odd horses on the board is something like 9-2, and that's no surprise. There's no real standouts in this one. I went with the 11. Max Foster. I hate these outside posts. Actually would have liked Big Elm the other day. He scratched for his first-time starter stablemate. Big Elm might have won that race, so I guess that's a positive sign that they decided to try here a tougher spot. But Max Foster should like an off track, even though he's had 3 starts on it with a second. Ran 4th last time. If you watch the race, he just kind of ran evenly behind the horses as Redemption Road pulled away from the other speed, which was License to Chill, and Max Foster was unable to have any impact in that 6 furlong race. Same distance today, but it is his 3rd start over the track, and he might be able to lay a little closer than what he did that day, because it looks like License to Chill is the only other one with any kind of early speed, which might put him into the race a little more. That way he can, and he's been better when he has been closer. You notice his previous 2 starts, he was up with a pace throughout, and that might be just where he can be, where he can get first run on everybody in here. The 6 horse is Pantagelli. Hard not to use this one in the top 3 or 4, as he's always right there. This horse has been no worse than 3rd in 7 career starts, and, well, 6 of the 7, I should say, all here at Finger Lakes. Only the one time off the board was in a rout. So just the sprint races, he's never missed the board. Pantagelli should be in the top 3 against these horses again. He's only had 1 off-track try, but that was his last start, where he didn't run that badly. Whitlasting Speed really acting up in front of me here in the paddock. The 4 horse is License to Chill, who looks to be the speed in here. Question is, can he hang on a little better this time? It all depends on who else goes to the front with him. Redemption Road went out there, and Redemption Road ended up coming back on when Union Navy made that big move up the inside. But License to Chill gave it up early, goes first time Lasix, and maybe can hang in there a little bit longer in his 2nd career start. He's just going to be a price there at 8-1, but he might have a tactical edge on most of these rivals. Mentioned Union Navy. Union Navy had a perfect trip under Kevin Navarro, came up the inside. It's just Redemption Road came back on to get the victory. Another trip like that would put Union Navy in the mix again. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double. Pick 4 starts in race number 6. He got 6 minutes to post.
Coming out of the track for race 6, 3-year-olds and up, maiden special weights, a 6 furlong affair. Number 12, Big Elm, a 1 pound over. Final pick 4 of the 2023 season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Let's meet the field, beginning with number 1, Support the Cat, and Joel Saunier. 2, with dashing speed, Rafael Rohina Jr. That's the only one not covered in the pick 3 sequence starting in the 4th. 3 is Union Navy, Kevin Navarro. Next will be number 4, License to Chill, Nazario Alvarado. 5 is Chapa, Christian Navarro, stablemate to the 3, Union Navy. 6, Pentangeli, Jeremias Flores, Paul Barrow looking for doubles. 7, Sharp Playboy, Jackie Davis. 8, Sinaloa, Emmanuel Di Diego, stablemate to the 1. Next is the 9, Uncle Kendrick, Joel Cruz. He's a stablemate to the 7. 10 is Cambu, the lone debuter, Jose Baez looking for a riding double. 11 is Max Foster, Andre Worry looking for 2. Luis Perez looking for a riding double. He pilots 12, Big Elm, 1 pound over. Michael S. Ferraro looking for a training double. So Rachel Sells has the 1 and the 8. John Buckley has the 3 and the 5. And Ronnie Breed Jr. has the 7 and 9. A field of 12 post time in a little more than 3 minutes. So maiden special weights here in the 6th. It's a pretty good group. Look at the board, fans. This is what you want. You want a 12-horse field, and you want the favorite to be around 4-1. This is just begging for some prices, that's for sure. Anything you can bring in, you're going to get a nice little payoff here in race 6. 11, Max Foster is my top pick. I picked him on top on the 30th of October. I liked his run on the 2nd of October. Did a lot of the heavy lifting, battling with Dr. Jerry. Dr. Jerry kind of put him away at the 8th pole, but Max Foster re-rallied and finished a neck behind. I know the flow was favorable for horses that were up close to the action. I still gave Max Foster a lot of credit for coming back on in the final furlong. Came back about 28 days later, somewhat disappointed. Maybe he bounced just a little bit, not sure. Maybe he didn't like the off track. That could be a little cause for concern. This race is so tough, I just wanted to come back with a horse that I was familiar with, the horse that I picked recently, and that's the 11, Max Foster. 3, Union Navy, not to be confused with his damn Navy Nurse. I believe I called, in fact, I know I called Union Navy Nurse throughout the running of the 30th of October affair. My apologies to Patricia Mosley and John Buckley. I did get some little bit of hate from Twitter, not too much. People were actually kind of amused. They thought it was kind of cool to hear Navy Nurse. I guess that horse once upon a time was a pretty good one at the Suffolk Downs track. But Union Navy ran a very good race in defeat to Redemption Road. I think he's one of the players here at 7-2. It's a wide open race. 6, Pentangeli. I've always got to make a little love for Pentangeli, one of the good characters out of the Godfather movies. Pentangeli for the Seton Hall Pirate, Frank D'Amato and others. This one's been knocking on the door all season long. 5 seconds, and from those 7 races, he has a 3rd place finish. You toss out the 2-turn affair, and he usually gives a pretty good account of himself, and that's why he's 3-1 on the board. And then the lone Kentucky bred, number 12, Big Elm. He's hoping for a lot of pace like he got on the 16th of October when he made up a tremendous amount of ground. If they rock and roll early, maybe Big Elm comes flying late. This race is wide open. Uncle Kendrick has a look. Many ways you can go in race 6, starting our final pick 4 of the season. nearing the gate. It's post time for the 6th. Full field of 12 arriving at the gate. 11 Max Foster, 5-2. 3 Union Navy, 3-1. 6 Pentangeli, 4-1 in the wagering. Choppa was the first one into the gate. Here are the 4 to his inside. License to Chill. Union Navy with dashing speed. Support the Cat. Pentangeli to post position 6. There's Sharp Playboy. Next will be Sinaloa. Uncle Kendrick. Cambu, the lone debuter. Max Foster, the favorite, and Big Elm, the lone Kentucky bred, to the outside. And Big Elm will be the last one into the gate. Standing room only to start the late pick 4. And there they go. Awkward start, Uncle Kendrick. Sharp Playboy. Pentangeli shows good speed. Big Elm's into the race early. Union Navy from the inside. Also up close is Max Foster. And here's Choppa with the green silks. It's quite a compact group up front. Break of about 3 lengths to License to Chill. Sinaloa from the far outside is Cambu. With dashing speed comes away third last. Support the Cat second last. And Uncle Kendrick made a mess of the start. He's the last of 12, 22 and 4/5 as they race to the 3/8. And battling for the top spot is Mac Foster and Big Elm and Pentangeli, 3 across the track. Here's Big Elm to the far outside. Union Navy's in a good spot. He's all dressed up in Sunday's best. Where's he going to go? Looks like he'll tip to the outside. And trying to run on is Sharp Playboy. They're in the lane. Big Elm. Here comes Union Navy to the far outside. Union Navy's crashing the party. Union Navy and Big Elm. Max Foster, Pentangeli. Sharp Playboy to the far outside. It's Big Elm and Union Navy. Here's Union Navy getting to the front, getting physical near the 16th. Union Navy and Big Elm. Union Navy. Union Navy. No Navy nurse today, buddy. I called you right. Your name is Union Navy, and you made your mama proud. Big Elm was second, then Sharp Playboy and Max Foster checked in fourth. Pretty good horse race, Union Navy and Big Elm. 113 and 22 100ths. There's 7 Sharp Playboy hitting his best stride to the far outside. Big Elm and Pentangeli 4th and 5th respectively. Let the placing judges put up the numbers. A good race in the 6th, starting our late pick 4. And there we go, 3, 12, 7, 11. Make sure to hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Union Navy. Led into the winner's circle by his very entertaining groom, Omaha. Union Navy's a 4-year-old dark Bear brown gelding by Union Jackson out of the damn Navy Nurse. Owned and bred in New York by Patricia Mosley. Winning trainers John Buckley. Winning jockey Kevin Navarro. And race 6 is official, 312-711. The double 4-3, $139. The 312 exacta, $70. 312-7 trifecta, $254. 312-711, 10-cent super, $219.75. 643 pick 3, $143. Seventh race, we have some scratches, a 1, 4, 5, and 8. Kitty Tintin, Stormy's in Style, Joyful Departure, Sweet Tooth Sue, 1, 4, 5, and 8. 1, 4, 5, and 8 out of the 7th. Last pick 3 of the season, 19 minutes away, 312.
Getting ready for race number 7. Was talking earlier about what a perfect trip Union Navy had last time, only to get nosed out at the wire. This time, didn't know if that would happen again, but it did. Kevin Navarro with another really nice ride and a nice trip on Union Navy to time that one perfectly to get the victory for John Buckley. Kevin had a kind of a slow start, but still ended up with a pretty good year. Very good rider, and he was coming on at the end of the year as well. Another great ride on Union Navy. John Buckley, what a season that he had. Keep in mind, he's got the leading horse as far as number of wins. What a year Fiery Heart had, who's up for Horse of the Year, a 7-time winner in 2023. That for trainer John Buckley. That small stable doing very well. Always a good trainer here at Finger Lakes. 5,000 claimer is the 7th. It starts the late pick 3. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available here. We scratch the 1, 4, 5, and 8. So we're down to 8 betting interest for this race, and the two favorites in the race, probably the two main rivals, are from the barn of Jeremiah Engelhardt. You got My Sweet Summer dropping in class off a 3rd place finish in a rout, cutting back in distance. And then you got Northway, who was a good-looking dominant winner going a route when she broke her maiden for 5,000. That was on the drop in class. So you can make a strong case for both of them. Now, Diego, actually they flip-flop riders. Diego is going to be riding My Sweet Summer. Worry, who rode My Sweet Summer, will be aboard Northway. But My Sweet Summer had been running against allowance horses. She was the even money favorite in that route race, and she did have kind of a slow start, but overall, did she really have an excuse not to beat that group dropping from an allowance? Well, she still ran well relative to these, considering that she's dropping to 5, and maybe, just maybe, it was the route that she didn't want, coming off a little bit of a break over a month. Her previous route attempt in New York, she did finish off the board. So back in a sprint, back in 5,000, she looks to be at least the heavy favorite here at 3 to 5. But you got to think Northway's going to get some play too. Northway stretched out to get the victory, but she probably would have broke her main for 5 in a sprint. Anyway, she was an easy victory. I know it wasn't the strongest of fields. We just saw that field earlier in the card because of the Brave winning in Don's last call. Finished 3rd in that race. Not that it was that fast, but Northway easily beat that group. Yeah, I think she's good enough as she's been facing tougher. That she's another one. If the stablemate doesn't have it, she could be the one. The 2 is 3 to 5. The 3, Northway, is a 7 to 2, both representing the barn of Jeremiah Engelhardt. And if you're looking for somebody else, well, John Buckley's got a 17 to 1 shot. Midnight Empress. I mean, all these other horses are going to be big prices because the 2 and the 3, the Jeremiah Engelhardt trainees, are going to take most of the play. But Midnight Empress is running well at the level. She's hit the board her last 3 starts for 5,000, one of them on a muddy racetrack. So even though she's winless on the off track, obviously she's in a 2 lifetime, she's hitting the board. And maybe if either of the Jeremiah Engelhardt trainees don't have it, maybe she's one of the contenders that could possibly pull off the upset. But looking at the odds and just looking at how these horses run on paper, it's tough to beat these horses that are dropping in class. Another one to consider, you got the the Chris Engelhardt trainee in My Inner Voice. She dropped to get her $5,000 victory, so she might be better than what appears on paper. Her number wasn't that great. I mean, she went 107 and change, going 5.5. She didn't beat the greatest of field when she won, but she could be better than that. Remember, she was running in special weights, and she hit the board in the summer against special weights. So the 2 lifetime 5,000 isn't out of the question here for My Inner Voice. Not the best post, but maybe another one to consider. You also got Sweet DeSantis, the outside horse, who turns back in distance. She's not that badly beaten at the 2 lifetime levels, but like My Sweet Summer and Northway, she makes the same move, cutting back to a sprint after running primarily in routes, and maybe the cutback could help her, although she has the disadvantage of being way out there, although helped by the scratches, while the 2 Maya Engelhardt horses are both the 2 inside horses of race number 7.
But those are the contenders for race number 7. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. It's the final Pick 3 of the 2023 season. We did get some scratches, the 1, the 4, the 5, and the 8.
Seventh race, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimer. Sprinting at 6 furlongs, 1, 4, 5, and 8 all scratched. Final Pick 3 of the 2023 season, a little more than 2 minutes away. Let's meet the group, beginning with the big favorite. Number 2, My Sweet Summer, Emmanuel Di Diego, 4-5. Koa's got a length lead on Di Diego. Di Diego's got the chalk here in race 7. Stablemate is 3, Northway. Andre Worry's looking for his second winner on the card. 2 and 3 conditioned by Maya. Let's go to the 6, Midnight Empress. Christian Navarro, John Buckley looking for back-to-back training scores. 7 is T's Double Trouble with Stephen Fratt. 9 is Tina Burner, Jackie Davis. Stablemate 10, Scouting Party, Carlos Camillo. 9 and 10 conditioned by Rachel Zells. 11, My Inner Voice, John Davila Jr. And the 12 is a Sweet DeSantis with our leading jockey with 3 races to go, Caber Koa. That's the group for the 7th, post time in a couple of minutes. nearing the gate. It's post time for the 7th race. My Sweet Summer 7-5, the clear-cut favorite. Stablemate 3, Northway 3-1. Good Tote Support 11, My Inner Voice 7-2. 8 fillies and mares. Final pick 3 of the 2023 season. Here's Rachel Sells, Gals, Tina Burner, and Scouting Party. My Inner Voice will be next. And Sweet DeSantis. Ready for the race. And there they go. Good start, Tina Burner. Sweet DeSantis sent for speed. My Inner Voice is quicker than all. And also My Sweet Summer. My Inner Voice and My Sweet Summer, they are 1-2. Sweet DeSantis from the top shelf. Tina Burner broke alertly. She's 4th. Stablemate Scouting Party 5th, headed by Midnight Empress. T's Double Trouble is 2nd last, 1 far out of it. That's Northway. So Maya Engelhardt is 1st and last, and My Sweet Summer has the lead. My Inner Voice to the far outside. Sweet DeSantis maneuvers to the inside, trying to close ground and bridge the gap at the 3/8. She's 3 lengths from the front. Midnight Empress is progressing. She's vying for 3rd, gets within 3.5 at the 5/16. Tina Burner is 5 lengths off the lead, then Scouting Party, T's Double Trouble, and Northway's at the back, and it is My Sweet Summer and My Inner Voice, and Midnight Empress tries to rally. Sweet DeSantis to the far outside. My Sweet Summer has the lead past the 3/16. Sweet DeSantis is closing in the center of the racetrack. My Sweet Summer and Emmanuel Di Diego. Sweet DeSantis and Caber Koa. Here comes Koa aboard Sweet DeSantis. Sweet DeSantis. Caber Koa! What a ride by Caber. Sweet DeSantis nailing My Sweet Summer for the top spot, then Northway and My Inner Voice. What a big win for Caber Koa aboard Sweet DeSantis. 12-1 on the board. 2-5, Di Diego and My Sweet Summer. Koa now with a 2-length lead. We got to get his number posted first, but we're looking at the slow-mo, and here's Sweet DeSantis getting up in time. 1:13 and 76/100ths. $113 and 76/100ths the final time. If that didn't get you excited, nothing will, fans. That's why we love horse racing. 12, Sweet DeSantis first. Caber Koa. 2, My Sweet Summer second. 3rd place 3, Northway. 4th place 11, My Inner Voice. 12-2, 3-11 unofficially in the 7th. Sweet DeSantis makes her way into the winner's circle. A 3-year-old Bay filly by Desert Party out of the dam Sweet Repent. Owned by M. Anthony Ferraro and TLC Thoroughbreds. M. Anthony is the winning trainer, winning jockey. Our leading jockey, Caber Koa. Koa now with a 2-length lead with 2 races to go. The winner was bred in New York by C. Robert Valeri. Seventh race is official, 12-2-311. That 312, a daily double, $167.50. How about that, Exacta fans? Our top 2 jockeys, 12-2, Koa Di Diego Exacta, $60.50. 12-2-3 trifecta, $49, and the 10-cent super, 12-2-311, $31.75. Couple races to go, the late double. 1 Coffee Future scratched along with 2 Mind of Gold, 9 The Fabulous Moolah, and 11 True Destiny. The final daily double of the 2023 season, 19 minutes away at 3:40. We had a claim from the 7th race. The runner-up 2, My Sweet Summer, moves to the barn of Carl Grusmark, new owner, Holly Perini. Holly Perini, new owner, Carl Grusmark, new trainer. They team up to claim number 2, My Sweet Summer, from the 7th.
Getting ready for the final daily double of the 2023 season. Good finish between the top two riders this year is Sweet DeSantis. You knew when that horse was close early in that 6 furlong race, she had a chance, and she was able to get the victory, catching My Sweet Summer. Probably a key race when it comes to who will be the top rider this year, as Koa takes a 2-length lead with 2 races to go, at least securing at least a tie atop the jockey standings. I'd like to see Diego win the last 2, so maybe we get a tie between the 2 of them. Both two great guys, both very deserving. So, I play no favorites, so I would like to see maybe a tie. Maybe Manuel can win both last races, and good chance to do so. He's got live ones in both these races. Of course, Koa does too in this race. We scratched the 1 and the 2, also the 9 and the 11 in race number 8. And look at it. The speed does again come from Emmanuel Diego and Jeremiah Engelhardt with Pretty Miss Keynes. Jeremiah finishing 2nd and 3rd as that upset by Sweet DeSantis. All the Republicans liking that one as Sweet DeSantis with the cutback in distance for M. Anthony Ferraro takes the 7th. Now, Pretty Miss Keynes, she just won on the lead in a race that didn't have a ton of speed in it, on and off track, and this is the same type of race. Not a lot of speed in the race. Maybe you get crosstalk in here, or maybe even see Lady Quinn be more aggressive because of what's going on with the jockey standings right now. But, Pretty Miss Keynes is always right there. She's going to have the lead, or at least be on the front line, and she's got a big chance here if she can repeat her last effort. Same type of situation for her as far as race flow, but maybe a slightly tougher field. The horse that's not getting a lot of play early, but you would think has a big chance in here because of the off track, is the 6 Sabrine. I mean, she's already knocking at the door. La Lima got away on the front end in a race that was completely paceless last time that beat her. I mean, she's got 3 wins as 6 starts on the off track. When she was going good last year, her best race was on the off track, even all the great wins she had last year of those 5 victories. So she's got a good chance to post her first win of the year in here, especially with the off track. She's the true off track lover of this group. Yeah, it looks like those are the main 2. You also got the 3 and the 10 with shots in here. The other Aquilano trainee, Sweet Invasion, comes off a 4th place finish out of this race, out of her last race. Now Koa opts to go to the 10 Lady Quinn, who's cutting back in distance, but Sweet Invasion's got the numbers to win here, and she comes out of a race won by Ouch That Hurt. Ouch That Hurt just came back to win today, so that makes Sweet Invasion's race look that much better, and she's got a live chance in here. And mention the 10 Lady Quinn. Keeper Koa hungry for that rider titles. He's brought in a couple prices today. Like the last one for M. Anthony Ferraro, this one cuts back in distance after a 3rd place finish. No real excuses. That was a pretty soft group she was up against, but her win against the 11 and 9s was pretty good, going a sprint back on October 4th, where she sat back and made a run. She could do either. She does have some tactical speed, so interesting to see what her tactics will be in this race. But she's another one to consider as a big threat in race number 8, which starts the last double of the season. We did have a few scratches. The 1 Coffee Futures, the 2 Mind of Gold, 9 and 11.
And bugler Justin Panetta has the horses coming onto the track for race 8. Fillies and mares, 6 furlongs, $5,000 claimers. Non-winners of a race since the 1st of January. Or non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. We have scratches, 1 Coffee Futures, 2 Mind of Gold, 9 The Fabulous Moolah, and 11 True Destiny. 8 fillies and mares. Looks like they are going to skip the parade. They're making right-hand turns out of the paddock. This is the final double of the 2023 season. Post time in a little more than 2 minutes. Two more races to go, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout out to Joyce and Justin Panetta. Justin is like a walking encyclopedia when you talk about racetracks around the country. Pleasure to meet him once again. I met him long time ago, and what a thrill it was to have Justin and Joyce up here in the booth. What a 7th race. Was that incredible, ladies and gentlemen? Caber Coa and Emmanuel Di Diego. That was one heck of a ride by Coa. He had to try to save some ground heading into the turn, and he just kept Sweet DeSantis pursuing the big favorite, My Sweet Summer, and that just might be it, fans. Di Diego's got a couple of shots. He's got a couple nice shots here to get 2 in the late double, which could tie him. But that was the difference possibly between winning and losing the Jockey's title. What a thrilling season it's been. A big shout out to all of our jockeys, not just the ones in contention, but we've seen some great rides this year, some great stories with the jockeys. Emmanuel Di Diego, I've never seen him ride better than he has this whole season. Caber Coa has emerged as a tremendous talent. Luis Perez, John Davila Jr., constant professionals. The emergence of Rafael Rohina Jr. as the comeback jockey of the year. Been a great season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, and I'm sorry if I'm not giving the rest of the guys all the shout-outs that they deserve. The gals and Jackie Davis, all of our jockeys, Andre Worry, you name them. The Navarro brothers, Joel Cruz, the list goes on and on. Sorry if I'm missing any of you guys. What a cool 7th race. This 8th race, let's see, what do I got here? Let's just make it pretty simple, fans. 10-3-6-8, 10-3-6-8, my top 4 picks here in race 8, beginning our late daily double. Nearing the gate. And it's post time for race 8. Last daily double of the 2023 season. Lady Quinn 5-2. Pretty Miss Keen's 5-2. Coa on the 10. Di Diego on the 8. And good tote support for Louis Perez in 6, Sabrine. Here's All About Bella. How about Jeremias Flores? What a big season Jeremias has had. He is currently 5th in our standings. Big shout outs to Michael Davila Jr., Jose Baez, all of our jockeys. All right, here comes Pretty Miss Keens. And Lady Quinn, and then we'll have Pal's Ally, who will be the last of 8. Lady Quinn at 2-1. Pretty Miss Keens and Sabrine both 3-1. And here's Pal's Ally. Ready for the late double. And there they go. Pretty Miss Keens aggressively sent, also showing some pace is Crosstalk and Pal's Ally. All About Bella comes away running in 4th inside of Lady Quinn. Sweet Invasion follows after them, then Sabrine, and the early trailer is Dare to Be Great. And with the lead, we have Crosstalk clearing away 2 lengths. Pretty Miss Keens is 2nd, and Lady Quinn is into 3rd inside of Pal's Ally. All About Bella's back to 5th. Sabrine from her outside, Sweet Invasion from her inside, and Dare to Be Great is the distant trailer, 22 4/5 from Crosstalk. Here's Pretty Miss Keens and Emmanuel Di Diego, and there's Lady Quinn and Caber Koa. And here we go again, Di Diego and Koa hooking up at the 5/16. Pretty Miss Keens and Lady Quinn, and there's Lady Quinn up to the front. Lady Quinn has her head in front at the quarter pole, and here's Sabrine putting in a big charge up the inside. Lady Quinn gets away from Pretty Miss Keens. Can she fend off Sabrine? Lady Quinn and Caber Koa. Caber Koa, our leading jockey, scampering clear. Pretty Miss Keens, Sabrine, they follow in the footsteps of Lady Quinn. And a big congratulations to Caber Koa, the top jockey here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack in 2023. Sabrine was 2nd, then Pretty Miss Keens and Sweet Invasion. That's how you conclude a tremendous campaign. Caber Koa, our leading jockey here in the 2023 season. Back-to-back winners for M. Anthony Ferraro. Sabrine and Pretty Miss Keens tested Lady Quinn, but she's the best. 10, Lady Quinn, the unofficial winner. 2nd place, 6, Sabrine. 3rd place to the 8, Pretty Miss Keens. And up for 4th, number 3, Sweet Invasion. 10-6, 8-3, 113 and 66 100ths, the final time. Lady Quinn is in the winner's circle, a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Central Banker out of the dam Wrigley Ivy. Back-to-back for M. Anthony Ferraro, and our leading jockey, Cabracoa. Lady Quinn was bred in New York by Michael Lauer and Ralph Piercy. Cabracoa wrapping up the Jockey's title with back-to-back wins for Junior. Big shout out to both Cabracoa and Emmanuel Di Diego putting on a show here on closing day. 10-6, 8-3. Officially 10-6, 8-3. 12-10 Junior Bacon Double, $64. The Coa in there also. 10-6 exacta, $14.80. 10-6, 8 trifecta, $12.30. 10-cent super, 10-6, 8-3, $5.50. Nobody has 6 in the pick 6, fans. Check your tickets. 5 out of 6. Okay, let's get back to that payoff. All right, let's take a look at the winner circle. Big congratulations to the connections. Lady Quinn, M. Anthony Ferraro, Cabracoa, Bob Jobson. Cabra does it, fans. Top jockey in 2023. Maybe we can get back to the pick 6, please. 5 out of 6 was a good payer. Thank you very much. 5 out of 6, $6,446.50, and 4 out of 6, $53.50. So 5 out of 6 in our closing day pick 6, $6,446.50, and 4 out of 6, $53.50. One more race to go, fans, here in 2023. Scratches 4, 5, and 6. Gossiping Pando, Regal Empire, Uncle Taco, a Jockey Change 7. Go Get the Bag to Andre Worry. The season finale 17 minutes away at 4:07. All right, fans, be advised not all combinations are covered in our late pick 4. The actual winning combination may result in a 3 of 4 condition. And also, not all combinations are covered in the pick 5. That actual winning combination may result in a 4 of 5 condition. So make sure to just hold all tickets, check the will pays, see what you got working. Not all combinations are covered in both the late pick 4 and our closing day pick 5.
And we're getting ready to run the last race of the 2023 season. What a season we had this year. A couple great performances. You had Fiery Heart for John Buckley. He was a 7-time winner. You had Allure of Money, won the New York Derby, followed it up with a win in a sprint race. So that one was a multiple stakes winner. Paul Barrow will be the leading trainer, the first ever time that he's won that, and now Kiber Koa will be the leading jockey, leading Finger Lakes jockey for the first time in his career. So we got some new faces winning the titles in 2023. Of course, Andre Worry won it last year, did get injured. Good to see him back in the saddle here late in the year. Louis Perez also with a good finish to 2023, finishing third in the jockey standings. He made up some ground here late in the year, but good to see some of the locals having great seasons, and we'll be looking forward to next year as well. Looking back at the 8th, a good finish to the year for M. Anthony Ferraro. Had a nice year this season. He won with Sweet to Santis in the 7th, followed it up with a victory with Lady Quinn, teamed up with Kiber Koa for both of those victories. This will be the Finger Lakes Closing Day Farewell Race, the 9th race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Scratch a 4, 5, and 6. Well, always tricky the last race is you got a bunch of 5,000 claimers, some drop downs in here, some horses that have been running in different conditions. But the interesting one is Ripe for Mischief, another Jeremiah Engelhardt trainee who was a beaten favorite against Tougher in his last start. This is a big drop, though, going right from the maiden special weight all the way to 5,000. Do not pass go, and that's after finishing 4th, only beating a few lengths in that race. Now, he's had 13 starts, most of them on the turf and the wet turf, so 11 starts were on the turf, only a couple starts on the dirt, but that last one probably good enough to beat these 5,000 claimers on the dirt if he handles the off track. Manuel Di Diego will finish 2nd this season, but deserves a lot of credit for the year he had. He's usually in the lower rung of the top 10, and he finally got some opportunities this year and made a nice run for that jockey title. So congratulations to Emmanuel on a very nice season, finishing 2nd as well. He made it come down to the last day, so good job for him. The 7, Go Get the Bag, does have some good early speed. Andre Worry will pick up the mount on this one. Ran decently in the mud last time. Ran against Here Comes Eli, was just simply the better horse, and that was for 11. So he also drops, not as steep a drop as Ripe for Mischief, but he was just running against special weights the race before. So he looks like the main threat to the 9. These actually look like the main 2 that'll get most of the play in here. And then maybe you could throw in the 12, Milagroso, who comes off a 2nd place finish in a rout and just missed that race against Interchanger, but was right there at the wire, just got run down. But the races before in sprints, not bad efforts, and they were at the 11-9 level. So this will be the first time for 5,000 in a sprint, and showed he didn't mind an off track in those other races. Well, those are the few of the main contenders here in the last race. So thank you, everybody, for supporting us throughout the season and watching us. And we had some really nice handle races earlier in the year. Even going to the final races, we had a lot of support from our fans. So we will see you next year. Hopefully another successful season in 2024 as we conclude in about 6 minutes for the 9th race.
On the track for the nightcap, we will lose the 4, 5, and 6 Gossiping Pando, Regal Empire Uncle Taco, Andre Worry, and New Jockey 7 Go Get the Bag. Just a reminder, not all combinations are covered in the late pick 4 and our closing day pick 5. This is the final race of the 2023 season. 7-9-12-1. 7-9-12-1 for me to close the card.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kind.
It's post time for the season finale.
Days of old lang syne.
Ripe for Mischief is the favorite. 8-5, 7 Go Get the Bag, 2-1. Last call for 2023 here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Don't forget, we will be open for simulcast wagering all the way through the 23 calendar year. Live racing again in late April. Make sure to be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com for that 5% rewards from Tampa Bay Downs. That begins in December. Been a great 2023. Here is the favorite, Ripe for Mischief. He's 8-5. Go Get the Bags, 2-1. Listening in's ready to move forward. A couple more to load. The Wipers on the bus. And Milagroso, a stablemate to One Dancing with Rico. Dancing with Rico, the last one to load. Ready for the season finale. And there they go. Good start for the Wipers on the bus. Dancing with Rico showing pace, not as quick as Go Get the Bag. Go Get the Bag is the quickest. Watermelon Crush also quickly away. And striding into third races Tizza Brown. Tizza Brown's in third. He races inside of the Wipers on the bus. Milagroso from the far outside. Dancing with Rico has the sixth spot. Here is Ripe for Mischief. Listening in follows him. And at the back is Chasing You. And it's Go Get the Bag with the lead for leading trainer Paul Barrow. Plenty of pursuers. The Wipers on the bus. Also there from the inside is Tizza Brown. Boy, it's awfully dark near the 5/16. And Go Get the Bag has the lead. Tizza Brown's chasing with the Wipers on the bus, and Milagroso's advancing with his wide charge. Watermelon Crush gives way just a bit. Dancing with Rico is 6 lengths off the lead. Ripe for Mischief now hitting his best stride to the extreme outside. Go Get the Bag has the lead at the 3/16. Milagroso tries to cut into the margin. Ripe for Mischief is really rolling to the far outside with Dancing with Rico. Go Get the Bag needs a final furlong for the money. Here comes Ripe for Mischief in the center of the racetrack, and Milagroso quickens to his inside. Ripe for Mischief and Emmanuel Di Diego in the nightcap. Heck of a season, the Barber. That's Mr. Di Diego, ladies and gentlemen. Ripe for Mischief wins the season finale in 2023. It's only fitting Di Diego comes through in the nightcap. He might not be the top jockey, but he definitely was one of our top jockeys this season. What a show he and Kay Berkoa put on. At the 3/16th, leading trainer Paul Barrow has Go Get the Bag. Him and Jeremias Flores had a great campaign. They needed one more furlong for the season finale, but here's Ripe for Mischief, who's really rolling to the far outside. Milagroso quickening in with Dancing with Rico. 1:13 and 88/100ths the final time. Here's Ripe for Mischief putting in that big final quarter of a mile. He's the unofficial winner of our season finale. A 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by More Than Ready out of the elusive quality mare, Elusive Rumor. Owned by R&H Stable. Winning trainer is Jeremiah Englehart. Winning jockey, Emmanuel Di Diego, the Barber. Winner was bred in New York by Lawrence Goichman. 9-12-1-7 on the board. And the season finale is official. 9-12-1-7 top 4 finishers. The 10-9 late daily double. Coa Di Diego late double, $11.40. 9-12 exacta, $24.20. 9-12-1 trifecta, $20.12. 10-cent super, 9-12-17, $12.77. 12-10-9, late pick 3, $40.62. Closing day pick 5's a big payoff, $5,229.75. $5,229.75. Our late pick 4 gets you $344.75. That's a wrap on the 2023 season. We're open for simulcast wagering all the way up until opening day. Should be late April as customary. 2024, late April. That's when we'll get underway again at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A big shout out to all of our fans, all of our supporters. Been a great season. Handle was tremendous. Great jockeys race, great trainers race. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Sure hope everybody had as much fun as I did. For the last time in 2023, this has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. Happy holidays. Be safe, everyone. Take care. Good night, everyone.